against for the police commission when I was on there.
Okay, we're on audio now, so if you want to put your things in there. Mhm. Hey, Rosanna.
Rosanna.
Hi, everybody.
So Rosanna, can you do me a favor? If I can make you a host somehow, can you, if anyone else needs to get in, you could do it?
Sure.
Okay, I have to figure out how to do this now.
You're just gonna.
So-
If you go to, oh, did you do it? No.
Not yet,
If
no.
you go up to her, those little blue dots, I think not on her phone, but on her, I guess it doesn't matter which one. Rosanna, does it matter to you which of you is the host?
It
I
would
think-
be easier if you don't do the phone one.
Yeah. Okay, I'm making you a co-host.
Okay.
And that way, if someone, because when we're in the midst of it, I forget to look at the screen and see there's somebody waiting.
Right.
So now you've got it. It's yours, honey.
Okay.
Is Kitty there?
She's supposed to, but she got a new laptop and she's having a little trouble. So we'll see what happens. We need her to be here, so we start. Everybody knows she's here.
But we.
Oh, on my phone?
Mhm. You said you did?
I just got it.
I thought you were totally inside now.
No, I'm
You're in now?
basically Android, but my mother Oh,
Okay.
I'm not picking up.
All right, I call this meeting to order at 6:05 PM, March 20th. This is the town board meeting. Jeez Louise, man. Okay. All right, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Who would like to read our Indigenous Land and Black Labor Acknowledgement today? I think Randall did it last time.
No, yeah,
You did it?
actually,
He would love
Oh,
to.
well, then you do it. Thank you, sir.
where is it? The town of New Paltz humbly acknowledges that we are in the traditional lands of the Munsee, Esopus, and Lenape people. The Indian Removal Act of 1830 forced the people to relocate to inhospitable territory far from the bountiful valley and mountains we inhabit today. The town further acknowledges that much of the physical structure of our town and village was built by enslaved Africans who labored as the property of their owners until 1827 on this very land. We acknowledge the contributions, resilience, and accomplishments of the BIPOC community who have overcome historic injustice to inform our past and inspire our future. Please visit the resource library on our website to learn more. We encourage residents and visitors to learn more about the contributions and sacrifices made by the indigenous people and enslaved Africans by visiting these sites.
Thank you.
Thank you. I need a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Do you have a second?
Okay.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I move to approve the consent agenda, which essentially is the approval of the minutes from the last meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Great. All right, I move that we go into executive session for the purpose of discussing work history of particular persons and pending litigation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. We will
Twice in a day. Twice in a week.
Did you turn it on? I just muted it and turn on the camera. That's fine. I just, it'll die. It lets itself go at a certain time. Okay, oh, I forgot my pen.
There's lots of pens on here. Oh, that's not what that is. I still-
Okay, we have to wait until we get our number back.
Done?
I mean, wait, I'm just gonna get water while we're waiting for.
I think that's overkill. Essie.
I mean, I keep leaving things along there.
I'm scared of one. Oh, it's just the light. Oh, you made me feel better. Thank you.
Because the code is actually a computer strip on the filter. They go to.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we come out of executive session. Do I have a second?
Second,
Any discussion? On favor?
aye.
Thank you. We're now going to resume. We're actually going to start the public hearing. I need a motion to start the public hearing to repeal a local law, chapter 41, towing list of the Code of Town of New Paltz, and adopt a new chapter 141.
You need to turn on
Just
the
press that
camera,
video,
press
so we're
the
on
video.
camera.
Right. Thought I did. Okay. All right. And adopt a new chapter 41, towing list of the Code of the Town of New Paltz. Do I have a second?
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
Do we not have to report out any action taken in executive session since we've just come out of executive session? We need to report no action or any action taken within that.
At this point, I would like to just move on with our public hearing that we laid on.
Okay.
Okay. So it's 7:10 and we are going to start this public hearing. Do I have a second?
Second,
On favor?
aye.
Thank you. Is there anyone here for the public hearing to repeal a local law, chapter 41, and adopt a new chapter 41?
My name's Christopher Coleman.
Did you sign it?
Orders by Joseph, I
Okay,
did.
thank you.
I was provided a copy of the local law, proposed local law by Mr. Moriello. I made some comments, both on red line and, comments on the
Thank
sign. I'm
you.
gonna hand that to the board members.
Thank you, sir.
And I'd like to copy read into the record. And give that to you to take care of that. I think a copy needed
I'll
for the
move that
record.
this be included in the record.
Yes.
For the secretary.
Second. On favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Not much in the way of changes. I'm happy to either go through the comments or if you prefer, just I'll answer questions. If you want to just leave yourself in.
Well, why don't you jump right to the comments so we know exactly what your issues are?
So there are red line changes. Some of them I didn't make comments on. They're self-explanatory, more stylistic. The first comment, so you'll see CC1. This proposes a 8 AM to 6 PM release period. That would require our clients to pay overtime to employees. And I don't think that's reasonable. I think the board shouldn't be in the position of requiring employers to provide overtime pay to their employees. It's expensive, as you know, and
So what are you proposing it should be?
9 to 5 standard business hours that we all operate under. I understand it might be preferable to have better, longer hours, I should say, but considering the overtime pay requirements in New York State, I don't think that's reason for the board to impose that upon business owners.
Do you want to start at the top and go through all your comments on this part?
Well, I'm going through comment 1.
To the right, you see it in the right there?
I do, but I see other red line stuff. Is that yours or is that ours?
No, that's mine, but again, I think that's self-explanatory. I put either little Romanet, which is a Roman numeral, small one, I, fence and locked, or Romanet 2, an indoor lock, just to make clear there are two different alternatives. And that's more stylish than anything else. The storage facility, I propose a minimum of 4 towed vehicles in each of these facilities. They should be large enough to handle more than one vehicle. Someone should be able to say, I've got a space for one car, and that's adequate.
Mhm.
I speak with my client, that seemed to be an adequate number, one that we propose to be reasonable and be adopted. The law referred to a registered repair shop. New York State DMV refers to auto repair shops or auto body shops. So
Okay.
I think it's just for clarification. I did a language at the bottom, and this is my, so each such facility shall be utilized exclusively by a single towing business and not be shared or portioned or otherwise used by more than one towing business. What you don't want, and I've seen this in other towns where towers get together, they get one facility and then they all share it, and they get around the purpose of the spirit of the law by doing that. I think that's something the board should consider. Right, this facility with up to 4 vehicles, that tower, that specific tower should be able to take the cars, put them there and release them. But if there's, for instance, 4 spots and 4 towers share the same spot, you've now got around that issue, and there may not be enough space to hold the vehicles.
Okay.
My comment at CC2, still the first page, with respect to the hours. One thing other towns do is to incentivize the towers for either early hours or after hours or on weekends. If they're not available, then they're not allowed to charge storage for all or part of that day. So for
Right.
instance, someone wants to pick up on a Saturday, and the tower doesn't want to accommodate that driver, that's fine, but they're not then able to charge towing storage for that day. Shouldn't say towing storage for that day. The fee schedule, which I'll address later, there's also a fee schedule that I think the board should look at and revise, bring it up to date, probably simultaneously with the law, so that it's clear going into this what the fees are going to be. And there's usually an additional fee, and this is, I've worked with other towns in the area, and counties as well. There's an additional fee if it's picked up after hours to incentivize the towers to get it done. And again, the disincentivization is to not let them collect storage fees on any, all part of a day where they won't come out, either earlier hours or on weekends. or
And
holidays.
I understand there could be, that could also apply if there was a need to pick it up on a weekend when it isn't typically done.
Right, so if someone wants to pick up on a Saturday, and the tower says, no, I'll see you Monday morning at 9 a.m. Well, then they can't charge storage for Saturday or Sunday, which is a financial disincentive. And if they do get up and send somebody down there, there's a $75, it's gonna be after hours fee, which would incentivize them to actually get up and do it, which kind of balances the needs of the individual as well as the towers, incentivizes them to
Okay,
make that work.
that's actually in our reorganization code, so, okay.
So I'm turning now to section 41.3E. I did add this language here and also later on, the 20-minute response time, subject to extenuating or mitigating circumstances. There are times where there's an accident, traffic, snow, weather conditions. Whether that's, and I know that's broad, but that could be in the discretion of the police chief, for instance. Someone who you can make a reasonable call on that, given the circumstances presented. Right. On F, again, I put an auto repair, auto body shop, clarification. The language there, original language was who are engaged in or capable of engaging in repairs to motor vehicles, vehicle registrations, and vehicle inspections and vehicle insurance. Couple things. Capable of engaging in, I think is, I think that language is problematic. Either they're operating or they're not. You can get a certificate and not operate an auto repair shop. That's not the intent, as I would think the board is trying to accomplish here. We don't want someone just to get a certificate, put it on the wall, and not actually operate either an auto body shop or an auto repair shop. With respect to vehicle registrations, vehicle insurance, vehicle registrations cannot be processed by auto repair shops or body shops. And as far as insurance goes, similar, that's for an insurance agent, not for a body shop or repair shop involved in. Repairs to motor vehicles and vehicle inspections, that makes sense. That's what those auto repair shop and auto body shop registrations allow business owners to do. So G refers to the fee schedule. Again, you can see my comment, 335. It's because my client is familiar with the tow fee schedules in the surrounding towns. New Paltz is about 25% lower than the trends of the town of Marlborough. What I will say this, which I think might be helpful. In Marlborough, I recognize well, what they've done and they've been doing for years is every year the police chief calls a meeting, invites all the towers, and they sit down and they go through the fee schedule. It's got to be raised or not. And also any issues that have come up in that preceding year that needs to be addressed. And that has worked very well in the town of Marlborough. Something I would recommend to this board as well. At 41.5A, I again have the word for mitigating. It already said after extenuating circumstances. I put in mitigating as well, perhaps just being a lawyer, but more clarity.
Yeah, you could tell us the difference. Well, go ahead. I mean, since you
Wish I
picked it.
could.
Okay.
We're just a lawyer being careful and putting both. Mitigating might be construed in one way, extenuating might be construed in another way.
Okay, so you got belt and suspenders.
I think so.
Okay.
Perfect example. Well, I have no other comments on this. Otherwise, the law is proposed. It makes sense and it certainly clarifies some of the existing issues with the current law. But those comments, I'd appreciate the board to consider those and consider incorporating those into the law that you're trying to adopt. And again, I think that the fee schedule should be revisited and implemented at the same time so that when this law takes effect, it's clear as to what those fees are.
We appreciate your input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you all very much.
Is there anyone else here for the public hearing? Joe, did you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I've reviewed the proposed changes that set out from a legal perspective. I don't.
Okay. Okay. Okay, very good. So we are just going to leave the hearing open till at least the end of this meeting in case someone comes in who was running incredibly late because of extenuating or mitigating circumstances. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So we're now going to move on to the announcements part of our agenda. I got a few. Yes.
I'm voting on this evening,
No?
public hearing, that comment and then.
Right. Right. We need to go through and digest this, you know, so. Okay. New Yorkers for Cool Refrigerant Management is pleased to announce it will be collaborating with the Town of New Paltz Climate Smart Community Task Force and the Town of New Paltz Reuse and Recycling Center to host the coolest recycling drive of 25 in Ulster County. During May, they will run a central collection site for refrigerant containing appliances at the Reuse and Recycling Center of New Paltz, which is 99 Clearwater Road. To learn more, you can go to the ny4cool.org website. And if you want to get more information about sponsoring drop-off events. All right. Brush pickup, thank you, bye. Brush pickup will start on April 14th. Brush has to be placed out by the road in a uniform pile. All brush has to be placed out by the 14th. The town highway department will do only one pickup per road. All roads in the town limits will be serviced. Brush pickup only, no stumps, leaves, or C and D. What's that? Construction and demolition will be picked up. Do you want to explain kind of where you're going to start so people will know like where they might expect to, like the 14th is, oh, okay.
Start with Oakville, to move on to the Plains Road one. Then south of Highville, it changes because sometimes
Yeah.
if there's not enough debris out on one, we don't want to run the equipment. It gets more time.
Okay.
We will start the first week on at West of Oakville.
Okay. So those folks need to know the 14th is a very important date. Everybody else shouldn't lollygag about though. Right.
That's why we have everything to be out on.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you. Moriella Pool is accepting applications for employment. They can be found on the town website or in person at Town Hall. If you're printing it out online, follow the instructions carefully. All applications must be returned as hard copies to Town Hall at 52 Clearwater Road. The community center will be hosting karaoke cafe on March 22nd from 7 to 9 p.m. I heard the first one was a real gas, so might want to think about it. Save the date. New Paltz Youth Program's 31st annual Easter egg hunt will once again take place on Huguenot Street on Saturday, April 12th. Rain date, April 13th from 12 to 3 p.m. The Ulster County burn ban has expired. However, the statewide burn ban is now in effect from March 16th until May 14th. So even though you're picking up your sticks and leaves, please do not burn them. Trees for Tribs offers free native trees and shrubs for qualifying planting projects along the Hudson River Estuary watershed. You can get an application online if you go to the DEC New York Nature Water Bodies Hudson Estuary Trees for Tribs. It looks like this. Okay. Does anyone else have announcements? No? No? Okay. Kitty. Whoa, where's Kitty?
She was on there.
Just there.
I don't know. Can you see me? Oh my gosh, I'm ghostly. I need to turn on some lights, but I'm here.
Okay, Rosanna, could you please note that our councilperson Kitty Brown joined the meeting at whatever time we let her in?
Yes, I made a note when she joined. It was about 7:09.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Better. Here I am.
Did you have any announcements, Kitty?
I don't know if we're going to do liaison reports, but that's probably what I would be talking about.
Okay, well, that's not
That's
enough.
okay, so we can see her up there.
What is that about? Okay, there you go. All right, then we're going to move on to item 2, authorization to approve the March 2025 warrant in the amount of $735,876.52. Do I have such a motion?
Mhm.
That was Randall. Do I have a second?
That's good.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, after that we have, okay, the towing list revision. So we've had some input. I don't know if everybody had a chance to see hopefully you had a chance to look at it before this. One thing I wanted to make clear for everyone is that we did have a section in our reorg. I think you got it in the package. It's called towing fees. So this is what's been in our reorg that we approved in January. It has fees for different types of vehicles, for different times of day, additional charges. This one does say that if there's mileage outside the town of New Paltz, they get additional mileage. The tower would get mileage. It defines the day as 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. We just heard something a little different about that. It says they charge the maximum day for outside storage and inside storage. So if you haven't read this, please do, so we can decide if we need to incorporate this into the law or if it's clear enough in our reorg schedule. It also talks about if a pickup is made on Saturday, Sunday, or holidays, a fee of $75 may be imposed to respond. There's heavy duty storage fees. There's a lot of different things in here.
Are there any disadvantages in incorporating it? I'm always about giving more information in more places.
I think it's a good idea because if you don't know to go look in the reorg, well, you have to scroll through 98 pages. So I think it would be good to incorporate it. And we can,
Is the intent for the shops to be available during the weekend? Is that,
well,
requirement of,
it's not a requirement. If there is a request to pick it up on the weekend, what you heard is that they would, and they refuse it, then they cannot impose a storage fee for the days that the request was made. But if they do agree, then they can charge an extra fee for coming in on the weekend to release a vehicle. So it's not that it's impossible to get your car on the weekend, but you might have to pay an extra fee to do so.
I'm going to consider, requiring that they be available with a fee, to pick up a traumatic experience to get towed for whatever reason, and should not be delayed. And they should be required to be available to return the vehicle.
Yeah,
So-
it can be so difficult for people, you know, working, kids, all the things to be able to pick up a car maybe during the
So
week.
here's another thing that's in our reorg. It says that there shall be no storage charge if the vehicle is picked up within 24 hours from the time of the call. There are no additional storage charge from the time the owner of the vehicle contacts the tower for the purpose of attempting to pick up, as long as they do pick it up prior to the end of the next business day. So there's some other things in here that incentivize everybody to get it done quick, but it doesn't specifically say what days of the week it is. It does say licensees, so towers should be available to owners desiring to pick up vehicles at least 10 hours per day, Monday through Friday, which include either 8 a.m. or 6 p.m. And Saturday and Sunday and holidays are excluded. But if a request is made for a Saturday, Sunday, or holiday, a fee of $75 would be imposed to respond. So it'd be you would have to, if you want to pick it up on the weekend, you would have to pay $75 to do that on top of your storage fee.
I think the fee is fair, but I think our law should require that the shops be available if the customer wants to pick up from the weekend, since they are paying that fee.
Well,
That is-
this implies it is, yeah.
that says that, yeah.
It says, if the request is made, then a fee is charged of $75 to come in. If a request is made for Saturday, Sunday, or a holiday, the car will be released for an extra fee of $75.
I think we should be supposed to say that's a requirement.
Joe, do you have any comment?
Yeah, I'm not clear how this works if you use your own personal insurance. Are you allowed to have because some of us have towing insurance in our auto policy,
This is not that.
but do we have a choice?
Yeah, well, if the police call for the tower because they have to get the car off the road, then no. If you call because you've got a flat tire or you hit a tree or a deer, that's up to you, not the police.
Mhm.
Okay, so if you're in a collision and the police were there,
Yeah.
you can decline a commercial tower and call your personal tower through your insurance.
I'm not clear about that because my personal tower may show up. They say, well, we might get you in 45 minutes to an hour. They want them off there 20 minutes from the time they make the call. They want the vehicles cleared off the road. If the police call the towers, you have nothing to say about it. Yes, sir.
Where the vehicle owner can call tower, as you said, if that tower isn't working, if that tower is farther away than 20 minutes, then the police can go to the list, use the list. For the vehicle.
I just, yeah. I think if the road is blocked because of an accident and they're having to have people out, directing traffic and stuff, they're going to call a tow truck to come get it that they know will be there in 20 minutes. And if you say, I want you to wait, then it gets all like goobered up. Yeah.
If somebody said, my tower is in Kingston. Result of the accident. It's gonna take a longer than 20 minutes to get here.
And that's in the instance of an accident. What's the circumstance if somebody is parked illegally and the police department removes them? I mean,
They're not
there's-
asking you who your tower is. They're coming and
right,
taking your car.
they're gonna take your,
Yeah.
they're gonna take the car.
Kicks in, your AAA kicks in, things like that, if you're being towed off the street because it's parked there, no snow or.
Snowstorm, right,
Insurance isn't gonna pay for that. It's two different.
right. Which leads me to your comment about with regard to the availability. I mean, I can see it if it's an accident and a car is moved off this, but if you have parked knowingly, illegally, or
Should have known.
should have known, and your car is, for example, you parked in somebody's driveway, or you blocked someone's driveway on a Friday night because you couldn't find a place to park while you're out reveling. And they call a tow truck and it's not available and you can't get it until Monday because that's when that person is open. I don't think it's really fair to force the tower to be open because somebody, I mean, illegally parked
It's
and
difficult for someone to split hairs as to the merits of their toes, you know.
yeah, no, I
So-
understand,
so
but I mean, if
penalty.
it's illegal, I mean, if somebody blocks your driveway and you can't get in and out and there's an emergency for you and you're inconvenienced and their car is
Right.
towed on a Friday night and they can't get it until Monday, I mean, I think to me, it's a little unfair to force the owner of that business, of that tow shop to be available at the drop of a hat for someone who illegally inconvenienced A, someone else, B, required our police department to have to come and get your car towed and moved out of the way so that you could go on with your life, but then,
Who can make the choice? Who can-
But if we're requiring them to be available on the weekends, it's not just for someone illegal, it's also for those accidents when it has to be towed.
right, okay,
Well,
needs
it's
to be
not
included.
saying, nothing here says they won't be available. It just says that if you
Yep,
ask for
yeah,
that, you
please.
pay an extra charge.
I take real issue with us. With people having to pay extra charge because people who don't have it, it is more of a burden for, right? So it's like overtaxing our poor or our people with less means when their car might have broken down and they weren't doing anything illegal and they can't get there before it closes at 6 o'clock because of their job and now they don't have a car, so they're relying on public transportation or someone else to bring them, and now we're having to, so they have to maybe take off from work, then also pay an extra
Understood.
$75.
understood, but I think my concern / instance is if somebody parks in your
But we
parking
have
lot.
to incorporate all of it.
Right, that, so as long as we accommodate both those issues, I'm okay with it, but I understand your point, and that makes perfect sense. I mean, if your car breaks down and you need to get it out, yeah,
Plus, they'll
you're
probably
already
be penalized with a ticket, you know, for blocking the driveway. So they pay some price already.
yeah, well, you know,
Yeah, I'm more concerned about the scenario that Essie just described, where you're in an accident and so you don't have transportation to work. And I'm not clear from what Joe just said, if your insurance will cover the towing costs if you've been rear-ended by somebody,
can't
if
make
you
that call.
are the
No,
victim
no,
of an
sure.
accident.
That's not something Joe can certify for us because he's not, everybody's insurance is different. People pay certain
Right.
fees for their insurance to get different coverage, so. Whatever we do, we need to just keep all of those things in mind. And there's some things that even our brilliant lawyer doesn't know, can't predict.
yeah. And again, if someone's rear-ended using your example and their car is immobilized, I guess their insurance would also cover a rental car for them, so,
My,
yeah,
Right.
but we don't know that either.
Okay, so,
It's come board really doesn't have any way to.
Parts that,
right,
In that scenario, can we call AAA or our insurance company? Or must we? Right? Because we,
the
right,
town,
the assumption is that our insurance covers us if we are the victim of an accident. So does it cover towing costs? And if so, must we use whoever is on the tow list, or can we call
no,
whoever is?
individuals don't call on the tow list. You don't know who's on the tow list and you don't know the rotation. That's the police department's tow list.
But when I was rear-ended and I called my insurance, they sent probably one of the companies that was on the towing list, but my insurance paid for it.
Right, you don't call from the tow list. You call your insurance. The police calls from the tow list. That's the difference.
so it was a coincidence, Kitty, that yours happened to also be on
Well,
the.
how many of them around here, right? They're gonna be the ones that are local, so.
right,
Okay,
It's really, it's a tool for the police to keep the highways safe,
Mhm.
so that they have a list that they can call and towers have to get there within 20 minutes. They're not gonna be able to get there within 20 minutes. They're either going to another name,
Mhm.
or they're going to somebody, because it's rooted in the safety issue regarding the highways, not really the consumerism involved in the towing. Let me just add a couple of things. I know Mr. Coleman was talking about the hours. And I think from the point of view of the towers, and this would include towers that have their businesses here in New Orleans, as well as towers that may have a business outside, when it's requiring them to be there for 6. One argument might be putting a burden on them to pay somebody overtime as opposed to 9 to 5, which would be standard hours.
Mhm.
So I just would like to point you back, remember that. You know, with every action, there's an opposite reaction, and that goes to the towing business itself. As to the clarification regarding the fees, and this may help the issues of the $75 charge on the weekend or not, because one of the reasons historically we went to the board setting those fees and charges was that as experience changes and situations come up, the board can change those in resolution without having to go back and redo
the
the
law.
local law, the
Yeah.
public publication. So every time you make a change, you have to go through the time and expenses of the law. So one of the ways to handle that may be to keep the fee schedule separate.
Okay.
I agree, my recollection was from time to time, the towers would get together with the board or the police chief, go through that fee schedule and make some recommendations to the town as to whether or not it is up to date or not. And that probably was the best way to get collaboration with the tow company.
Mhm.
Have them
Have to
at
buy in.
least have some input into it and give yourselves the ability to change those fees if they're warranted, without every time having to change the local law. Local law really doesn't have anything to do with fees,
Right.
with the exception of maybe that one section that if the tower is not available or not going to be available on the weekend, they can charge for the storage. And I have seen that, I did some research. Town of Poughkeepsie, for instance, is one that handles it that way.
Mhm.
They give the incentive to the tower. You know, if you're available, release the car. If you're not, you can't charge for the storage. And it was an interesting way, I think, of resolving that. issue.
Yeah, it's a good compromise.
And it,
Yeah.
if you have to pay the $75 to get it on the weekend, but you don't pay $65 a day,
Right.
you
Balances
can,
out.
yeah,
Yeah, it's very hard to cover every single one
Right.
of those situations, but I think that's why the fee schedule was there separate, distinct.
So I think the idea of not including 8 AM, I find it problematic because rush hour, people trying to get to work and school and stuff. We're talking about public safety and the roads being clear. And that takes that out of, the time when buses and school buses and things are trying to get around. So I'm not quite sure. If it has to be from 8 AM to 6 PM, our thing actually says must include either 8 AM or 6 PM as the tower can select. So they can choose whether they're the early ones and stop early or they're later ones. They don't do the whole span, but the whole span is covered by somebody. So I suppose that fits into where they are on the list. If an accident happens at 8 AM, you don't call the one who isn't there, you go down to the list, you find the one that is. I don't know, but there's not a police chief here to tell us how they do it exactly, but it gives them that ability to cover,
They don't get.
right,
Right, so either the person's open at that hour.
or they're not,
so-
yeah, so they just
Okay.
keep going, yeah,
Either or.
okay. All right, well, there's clearly some stuff we need to do. Thank you for that input of keeping the fee
thank you.
schedule
Very
separate.
helpful.
That's a good one.
Mhm.
Okay,
And I think that there's anything else we need, if not, I will
Oh, Joe. Okay. No, thank you very much. We appreciate your input, sir.
Thanks, Joe.
All right. So that was the discussion of the towing list revision. And we will look at this, and I think we all need to just take a look at it. I think we have an idea of how we want to do this, so we can revise it and see where we go.
Good compromise.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, now
We incorporate some of these in,
we will take a look at them.
those.
We'll definitely take a look. This is the first time we've seen them.
Right,
Obviously,
we need to
know,
review it.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the next item we have is discussion of proposed Parth Patel dispensary. Okay, so this is this piece of paper we got, and it was received on the 10th of March, which is an important thing to note because we have to respond with an opinion within 30 days by mailing it in. Or if we need a one-time 30-day extension, we can request that. And the one thing I'm looking at, because I've been trying to look at this, but 255 Main Street, everybody knows where that is? Got a general idea? It's next to the which I call the beer barn.
K&E,
Yeah, K&E. It's what's been the Taco Shack, the Smash Burger, the Melted, whatever. And the only thing I was looking at was what proximity does it have to 220 Main Street, which is on the other side, which is the New Paltz Youth Center. And so that's the little, I mean,
And the middle.
well, the middle school's further down, so it's outside. I saw on the official New York State Cannabis locator map, the middle school is outside the perimeter that's allowed, as is the Quaker Church. But I'm not so sure about so that's my one reservation about that I would like to,
well, this is
Totally
all,
look into it.
it's like directly across from the Burger King.
Yes.
That's where it is. There's the McDonald's. There's what used to be the Chamber of Commerce. I don't know what that is.
It's now
and
the
then
yoga thing.
K&E.
Mhm.
So it's,
Yeah.
the school is at
It's
the
kind
other
of-
end.
And then there's Walgreens, but in between there is the youth program center.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
For
that's,
savings and then.
so it's not exactly a, a protected status, it's not a school, but it's nothing but school kids.
But to Edgar's point, really, the youth center is kind of in the middle school's backyard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
the middle
even if
school.
it's just outside, it's so close. It's
Yeah.
negligible.
So what I would say is 30 days from March 10th is like April 10th-ish. So we'll have our next meeting on April 3rd. I think we should just
Look
check
into
this
it.
out a little more carefully.
Agreed.
Yeah. Okay.
Even if it's outside, we can still note it, that it's
Yeah.
a concern to us.
Yeah.
In the middle school.
Yeah.
Because it is close.
Okay. And what it is it's an opinion that goes to the Cannabis Control Board. So we can get that to them. Okay.
Just to be clear, what kind of a dispensary is it?
It's a cannabis dispensary.
Okay.
It's not
There are other
cupcakes.
What kind of dispensary is it?
It says adult use retail dispensary license application to the Office of Cannabis Management.
Mhm.
It's a new establishment. And
How
Yeah.
many do we have in Newport?
well, right now officially just the one, I think. But there are others,
There are other
there are definitely other applications, yeah. Okay, all right, so we will confirm that information and draft something so we have it ready to approve at our April 3rd meeting, okay?
Sounds good.
Thank you. Okay, the next one is authorization to approve Maria Mock as concessionaire at Moriella Pool and renew a revised contract of $1,000 for the year of 2025. So, well, the pool's only open for 3 months, but it gives them, so. Okay, so do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second, Amanda, any discussion? So what you need to know is that these folks have had this concession for many years, and for many years it was $750. And the last time it was meant to be raised, somebody did a oopsie and didn't put that into the contract. So 1,000, it's a difference, but
But it's overdue.
And it's 1,000 for the season.
yes.
I say do it.
So this is our discussion. All right, all in favor?
I just have one other.
Oh,
question,
yes, ma'am.
Which is about how we come to this concession as opposed to, like, do we advertise? Do we take bids? What do
Oh,
we
so
do?
my understanding is in the past, they did not get, this person has done it for quite a while, been very successful. The people like something about their green beans. I don't know.
Try to-
Yeah, And it's not easy to get someone there because they don't have cooking facilities, stuff. They can only do so much there. That's a valid question.
It's not a huge contract either,
No,
right?
And this is a recommendation from the administration of the phone.
yes.
Mhm.
Any more discussion?
No,
We ready to vote?
yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Kitty says yes. Okay, thank you. Authorization to approve expressing support for the Ulster County Legislature's adoption of Resolution Number 102, establishing a policy to fund, facilitate, perpetuate, and support the augmentation and operation of local emergency medical services in and for the County of Ulster. Let's start the motion in second, and then we can have the discussion. I can explain this one. So do I have a motion?
So moved.
That's Randall, do I have a second?
Very good.
Edgar seconds. Okay. So this is within the county of Ulster, not every community is as fortunate as New Paltz to have the rescue squad that we have. And so many folks have a lot of trouble getting response when they need an ambulance. 30 minutes, 45 minutes, it's tough. I mean, our guys do mutual aid when they are able to, but you know, it's a problem. So this is a really, really hot topic for a lot of these communities is what do we do? How do we get this? So they would like for the county to be involved. The county has some fund balance money that they don't have restricted to any other use, so they could have some money.
5 million.
Well, it's actually more than that. And so the suggestion right now is that 15 million be distributed among the different Ulster County communities every year, 5 million a year for 3 years. It's not super clear how that distribution would be allocated exactly. There's lots of discussion about that. It is clear that it will be absolutely restricted to the use of an EMS services. So there's a lot of, you know, it didn't pass right away. So one of the reasons they said is because they didn't hear enough from all the communities if they really supported it. So all the communities have been asked to send this letter urging them to continue to work on this. And so we would be signing that letter that others have so far. It doesn't mean we don't know what it would mean for a community like ours that's already doing it and our taxpayers are paying lots for it, you know. But it's still, how can anyone not think this is not an important thing to make sure that every community has access to? So
Would we be able to recoup some money? I mean, I know that we do it, but
well, theoretically, every community should get some. They've talked about, should it be done by population? Should it be done by assessment? Should it be done by number of calls? I mean, there's just, you know, that part's still to be worked out. But to start, you know, to keep this discussion going, to keep this movement happening, it's important for, I think, all the communities to support it. Any more discussion?
I'll be abstaining as an employee of
The county? Okay. So, all in favor?
I
3, Kitty? Okay, 4 and 1 abstention. You got that, Rosanna? Okay, we're gonna get to another part of this later in the agenda too. Okay, request authorization to modify the 2024, very important, 24 budget, right? For current cost overruns as follows. So what does that mean? Some places money got spent that wasn't planned for. And some places, some revenue then has to get moved to take care of that because those bills had to be paid. For instance, this first one here from the A fund, this engineering contract was with Walden to work on the recycle compost project. And the money that was needed to make up the difference came from the contingency fund. So the other one down there, the next one in the B fund, again, this was for Walden. This is for MS4 compliance and mapping. So some money needed to be, and there was also some unemployment insurance that needed to be funded. So it came from the contingency and from some unspent safety inspection in the B fund. Okay. Any other questions for the rest of them?
Will these costs need to be factored for next year's budget, or this is like a one-time?
These were
for-
contracts, yeah.
Okay.
Are we ready to vote? All in favor?
Yeah,
All in favor?
aye.
Aye. Miss Kitty, okay. Okay, authorization to, okay, now we get to the pool. Authorization to approve hiring Glenn Lepolt and Doug Thompson at Moriella Pool for preseason work from March 24th to May 18th at $15.50 an hour. So this is prep work, this is cleanup, this is painting, this is doing a lot of stuff before the pool actually opens. I need a motion.
So moved.
Amanda, I second it. Amanda, discussion?
They do this every year?
They do this every year and it's budgeted for.
Okay.
All in favor? Oh,
These are
sorry.
Youth, employees,
No, these are not.
Wow.
they're not,
No.
they're $15.50.
Adults,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's a bargain.
It's only a month.
At $15.50
Oh, wait.
a month?
It's not.
Oh,
It's a little bit longer, but
2 months.
they're not there all day long, every day. They're doing, just getting it
It's
ready.
still a low hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the next one is,
Okay, we'll get to that one.
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Katie says yes. The next one, authorization to approve hiring Scott Harrington as a seasonal laborer at the Moriella Pool with a start date of April 1 to June 30th at the rate of $24 an hour, but not to exceed 210 hours. This is an adult who is working as an assistant to the pool manager.
so that's the reason for the $10 more.
Right. This is a position of responsibility. This person will be there. If the pool manager is not, this person is there. This is the person who's sort of the second in command, in charge. And this was budgeted for. So this is not
So
outside the budget.
different duties.
Very different duties. This is the adult doing something. Yeah. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I seconded. Amanda, any more discussion? On favor?
Aye.
Aye. Katie says yes. Okay. Okay, authorization to approve the 2025 Seahawks contract in the amount of $3,900. $2,800 will be paid to the town prior to the program starting for the grant of the license. $1,100 will be paid to the town for the receipt of 4 family passes to Moriella Pool for the 25 season. Those are at the library as part of the program to make passes available to members of the public. This fee is up, I think it was $3,700 a year ago. And the 4 family passes has been kind of part of the deal. It helps offset the cost of those passes for folks to use who haven't paid for membership or for daily pass.
It's a seasonal pass.
No, it's for the day. Yeah.
Mhm.
They're different colors, they're laminated, they get them, they turn them in, then they get taken back to the library, then someone else can
And you
get
have to do it the day of.
Yeah.
Pick it up the day of.
Okay, I move that we approve this contract. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
I-
Oh, go ahead. No, you want to discuss it now?
No, well, I just wanna ask a question about the Moriel pool and I see the passes here, but are there rates at the pool that accommodate people of lesser means?
No,
Do-
and this is something I brought up last year as well. I proposed that we let the people who get free lunch either come for free or a reduced fee. I
They
think
all
that's
get free
something we-
lunch now. Everyone gets free
But
lunch.
that's different. These are not people that are designated to get free lunch. Obviously, I'm not proposing that everybody go for free.
I know, but I don't think anyone's designated anymore. There's
Yes,
all
of
free
course
lunch.
they are. There are people who are on assistance. They're designated for lunch. It's a different,
But
there's a
everyone gets
designation. Everyone's not designated for lunch. We happen to be able to provide free lunch to everyone at the moment, but there's an actual designation of people who receive free lunch.
Okay, all right.
I just wanna make sure that everybody in the community
Yeah.
gets to use a pool that our
They-
tax dollars pay
Absolutely,
for.
I agree.
Absolutely.
And nobody should be shut out.
And
I
it's
absolutely
really an
agree.
issue now of environmental justice with our heat
Yep.
rising and people having the opportunity to cool off who can't afford to do so.
Right.
So we definitely need to revisit that.
So I think that's a great idea because I've always felt the same way, that anyone who pays taxes in New Paltz should be able to use the pool.
I mean,
And
it
there are-
sounds like, I mean, I've never used it, so it sounds sort of like this membership-y thing for me, and I.
Well,
and
they have different
kind of
different kinds
repulsive.
of rates. Well, no, there's daily rates, there's single rates, there's family
And
rates, there's all
out-of-towners
kind of
are
rates.
allowed to also pay a fee to swim, and so.
Only if you're going for the day. You cannot get a family pass if you don't live in New Paltz and pay taxes in New Paltz. So I think it sounds like a good idea. Let's try to come up with a way to frame it. And we can do that. Okay. Authorization to provide the town clerk with a town issued cell phone to come from the town clerk's contract budget line. It'll be $32 a month, and the other charges, it's whether they, whatever it costs for the phone, a one-time fee for the phone. This is because of cybersecurity problems we have had. You cannot use your personal phone to get into the system. And you shouldn't be using your personal emails to get into the system too. One of our finance people came in on a Monday, and between Sunday night and Monday morning had received 32,000 emails. It was a targeted attack, and we don't know how it happened. They're still trying to find out how someone got that person's email account, which is not listed anywhere. It's a town email, but it was not listed anywhere. So whether it came through whatever. So anyway, we're going back to being very careful about our cybersecurity. So I move that we provide the town clerk, that we allow the town clerk to have a town cell phone paid out of the town clerk's budget.
So moved.
Okay, second,
Thank you.
Edgar, thank you. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, this one's one we're not happy about. Authorization to approve the resignation of Aaron Stewart, our planning Board of Appeals and Zoning Board of Appeal, Planning Board and Zoning Board of Appeals Secretary, effective March 28th. So Erin has been with us less than a year, but she's done a very important job for us. And I'm sorry, I don't know. It's me? I'm echoing? How's that happening?
Somebody may have
Their phone, they're okay.
mic open.
Okay. Anyway, yes, it's a very important job. Our planning board and zoning boards rely on this person quite heavily, and we wish her well in her next position. And we will, of course, be posting this job.
So we have to give her permission to resign.
We approve it. We accept it. Yeah, we accept. It should, instead of approve, it should say accept.
Try not to sometimes. It doesn't matter. It won't.
Okay, so do we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, I second it. Oh, Essie seconds. Any discussion?
What's the pay rate?
It
Yeah.
depends. It's a civil service job and a union job, so it's got a scale. I mean, it's not a tested civil service job, but it is a union scale. So it's got a range on it. Yeah, so the job posting will go out shortly and we'll see what happens there. But all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Chris, authorization to purchase a new VAC-all hydro excavator, sewer, and culvert jet router from,
Sounds like a Chris Marks ask.
it's a big deal, but it is so much better than what it's a very better thing than what he's been
So
using.
a Dyson doesn't work?
Okay, so it's something that he's had money in a reserve fund for, right?
Been saving for this for quite a few years, instead of reserve fund, just afford this truck, because of the cost we had to save for it.
What
It's
does it do?
Instead of digging the dirt, it sucks it out. So you clean catch basins, we have to comply with MS4, so we have to start with, the only way we can clean a culvert is by pulling it out. Or dragging you hook a chain with fire and drag it through sometimes. This is actually has a jet router, so we can clean out culverts. we found with water main breaks are, because of what we dig with excavator, well, holes are 3 times the size versus something I can dig outside of 55 gallon drum, because literally your hydro excavator, you're using water suction to furrow out the dirt. Because of all the infrastructure buried, I don't think it's gonna be too much longer before this is the only thing we can use.
You just can't keep
Example,
digging up, right?
We had an excavator digging up a contracted state on 299 right in front of, Ulster Savings.
Mhm.
He was digging with an excavator and missed the 8-inch gas line that didn't have marked out by about 1/4 of an inch. When you're digging that, there's no, it's just gonna rip right through. When hydro excavating, there is none of that. You're using water. And you're using suction, so there's not that chance of, and that's not always the occasion, but it does limit your oops.
Will we be sharing that with the village? And
We absolutely, this one, the village has a smaller version. These are very specific and take a lot of training.
Mhm.
So the reason we don't borrow theirs, is one, it's so small for our use. Two is it has to come out. This is something just lend out. You have to be trained. for it.
So the money has already been set aside for this. This is an extraordinary expense we've been saving for it.
We can say,
Okay,
And it includes the truck and all equipment will be, we can, if we approve it, will be ordered this month and it won't come until late 2026.
Oh.
He's got things
To be
going.
built.
it has to, the biggest problem is getting a chassis. So chassis right now for our heavy dump trucks are 2 to 3 years out. The reason we left some leeway is when I spec a truck out for today with this size engine, size transmission and all that, I might not be able to get, because the parts aren't available, so you might have to change the engine, change the transmission. The back of the truck, the actual working guts stays the same. It's the chassis that are huge problem.
would that potentially lead to additional cost or?
Well, it says not to exceed 600,000, so it's kind of built, a buffer's been built in.
No, I understand, but if some of these parts are coming from overseas and
Well, yeah,
Whatever.
that's
the imports and the tariffs and all the nonsense that's going on,
just
you
don't
never know.
That's why we're
Right,
at $560,000 right now.
right,
If I could go buy it, yeah,
right,
that's what.
Mhm.
I
right.
can't tell you what it's gonna be in a year. We have that much money saved up in the fund. We originally think this truck is also on, a contract, like the state or GS contract. Other trucks are the same, they're running 3/4 of the, if we were to go out and buy it as a private citizen.
Yeah, I don't have any objection. I'm just, I mean, we anticipate $560,000. I'm like wondering if $600,000 is gonna be enough in case something.
It's
You
what we
have to
have
do-
right now.
Yeah,
If it's gonna be over that, then something has to change. I
okay,
mean, it's not, we have to go another route.
okay,
So it specifies who it's coming from, it specifies the amount of not to exceed, it's coming under a state contract, so, everything that can be done to manage it is, but, so, I move that we authorize this purchase, I need a second.
second,
We just had our discussion, but if there's anything else anybody wants to talk about. All right,
Aye.
all in favor? Kitty? Yes, okay. Okay, now, okay, this next one. Okay, you guys remember the CCA, right? The Community Choice Aggregation and how that the contract was ending and they came and gave us a presentation and said, let's get the RFPs out there. And then they came back and none of the two that responded actually met all the requirements. So the proposal was to not take a bid right now, but to get an extension on our contract. And that's what this is about. However, just a day ago, we got a letter because we all said the 50-50 blend sounded good. 50% green from New York State, the other 50% green from out of state. Public Service Commission is now going, wait a minute, how does that support our goals of New York State being green? And so they're proposing that a 50-50 blend would be 50% green from New York State and then whatever else you get from someplace else. So we all have to step back and go, Plus, the contract that I got did not say whether it was a 3-month or a 4-month or a 6-month extension. That's still waiting on the suppliers. It also did not say when it would start. So I told the guy that while we are happy to be part of the group that would like an extension, and they can use that to negotiate with the suppliers, I can't sign a document that has blanks in it. We can't, I won't. And now there's this other part now that's throwing another monkey wrench in the whole thing. So I would just say, the memorandum of understanding for a conditional authorization. I think the fact that it's conditional says only if everything else works out. I don't know how y'all feel about it. Do we sign a conditional authorization to execute a supply agreement amendment for an extension or not? We can still, when it comes back, say, that's not what I thought it was going to be, and not sign it.
As long as you've got a way out,
Mhm.
I'm okay with it. But if it locks you in and you don't, and it
Well,
comes back and it's ugly.
The word,
Conditional instead of waiting.
because they wanted to know how many towns, how many communities were going to be, so they could go to the supplier and say, look,
This is what.
all 9 of the original want this extension.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fine as long as
There's a way out.
there's a way out. I
Okay.
mean, if you get it and you say, this isn't what we signed up for.
Mhm.
no
They
thank
are,
you.
I have to tell you, when they had to send this letter that the Public Service Commission was doing this, they're very it took everybody off guard to say, wow, what is this going to mean? And how's this supposed to work? So, and the Public Service Commission may get pushback on that. I don't know. But it could just really make things hard for CCAs. Yeah. All right. So I move that you approve me signing the conditional authorization. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. And I will make sure Joe had said everything fine before, but I will just confirm it with him one more time. Okay. All
Mhm.
right. All in favor?
Aye.
Kitty, thank you. Okay, the department head reports, they were attached to your minutes. I hope everybody got a chance to read them. It's a great way to find out, what's going on in our different departments, and they are busy folks and they're doing lots of really cool stuff. So, but I'm not gonna read them all because they'll be attached to the,
I've had a chance to look at them and I think they are informative. One thing I would like to see, and I'm not picking on this particular department.
Mhm.
But I think about it as a way in which, as a town board, we think about allocation of resources for the different departments. So, or whether or not the board needs to take action because a particular department is seeing a high incidence of something that's going on in the town, and we may need to consider changing or adapting the law to it. And I picked the building department, for example. We get a sense of the number of calls they go on and the types of inspections that they're doing, but it might be helpful, at least for me, to know the types of things that, they find in violation or that keep cropping up for them. So as we think about, this is happening a lot, maybe we need to look at the law or, what the enforcement code is to see if we can,
so tell me,
Help
what
it out.
about these triggered your thoughts on that?
Permit inspections, fire safety inspections, complaints received,
Mhm.
like what were the complaints?
They're not complaints about the building department, they're complaints
No,
about something, yeah.
right,
Yeah.
that they've gone out to.
Yeah.
To
Well, I
check
can-
whether,
yeah.
so, I mean, it's
Yeah.
not being critical, it's just it's a function of, so this complaint, I mean, is this something that the board might want to look at as a way to, is it something that was confusing for a resident that caused another resident to
You mean like a fence on the property line?
right.
Okay. So I would say those are kinds of things that might be interesting to us, but I think it's still something that the building department could tell us if they're starting to see patterns.
Right,
Yeah.
and that's all that's
Yeah,
what I'm
already
saying,
have it.
to see in the report, those types of patterns.
Okay,
And I'm not just picking on the building department, I mean, any of the departments.
okay.
I welcome the department head reports because of my enthusiasm trying to do the right thing and understand our town government. I was thinking of asking to attend one of the meetings of the supervisor with all the heads, which probably was told it's inappropriate or something like that. But this gives me a sense of, and it's my idea of having my ear to the ground and hearing what's going on with employees of departments.
That's why we initiated
Right,
this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I,
so
and I think
exactly so
it,
you
I
know.
think it's awesome. I think it's great. I mean, like I said, I chose the building department, but I mean, the youth department, it would be nice if, if there were things that the people who run the youth program saw and we were able to see it, it might be something that we could talk about as a board to help them do a better job or give them the resources that they need. I mean, for me, it's all helpful as we eventually get to thinking about budgets for
Right.
everything and
So-
everyone.
So you weren't here, but in the beginning, I was having some of the, like we had the youth program had come in and give us a little talk about what he was doing. And that's when we were like, wow, you're doing all this, you're doing all that. It's
Yeah.
really interesting. We've done that with a couple of the departments, but it does take up time in our meetings,
Yep.
and we have a lot of stuff to do.
Yeah,
So, but we can still continue to have people coming. I mean, I have to tell you, this one,
Kitty's got 'em. Mhm.
mhm.
Kitty,
Yeah,
Kid-
I mean, those reports are embedded in our agenda, and I really encourage the public to look at them and to see exactly how much programs like our youth program are doing. I was surprised to learn that the village has lost something like $5 million in assessed value since the demolition of Agway and the buildings next to it. I don't know what that's going to mean at tax time and budget time. We want those buildings to come back and be assessed, but there's a lot of information in those reports, which I think will really help our residents understand the breadth of the work and oversight that our departments perform.
yeah, there's a lot going on. I have to say, I had asked for this one. This is the recycling and reuse center for a little more, like, this is a little too, I don't know what
Yeah.
they're talking about,
And it
frankly.
wasn't, and again, it wasn't being critical, but I
Yeah.
mean, I want to be able to think holistically about, I'm lucky if I go to the office, I can talk to Chris about, what are you doing? What do you need? What aren't you getting? But some of the other programs aren't at town hall and I don't want to interrupt them and stuff. So it would be nice to know all the different things spelled out
Mhm.
so that I can ask questions about them and it's not just numbers and figures that
Right.
we've gone.
Right.
So, but it's useful, it's helpful, and it's not being critical. It's just for my purposes and discussion purposes, I think it would be helpful so that as we think about all that we do for the taxpayer, if we can do more or if something needs to be improved, we can
I think
see
it's
the trends.
pretty amazing what these folks are doing.
Yeah.
Everybody there, I mean, it's
But
just,
to your point, I think I maybe just adding the question, if they can add at the end or somewhere in there what trends they're seeing.
Right.
It
Yeah.
actually can help us inform, because then when they come to us and ask for something specific, if they have already identified that trend and said, hey, this is what's coming, or this is what we're seeing, we
Right, what
might
we're
need to address this. It's
Right.
not
We're seeing more kids in the youth center who need to be fed this year, or, those
Or-
kinds
oh,
of
they
things.
get fed.
Right.
Okay,
I don't,
Guilford, Fire department had meetings used to be less than half an hour. I think the last one before we put a timer on was 4 hours.
well, it wasn't that long, but,
4 hours.
okay, I'm cutting back on the food.
Uh,
No, okay.
I don't
Okay,
see
thanks.
community wellness and youth program as such as a program.
The youth program is here.
Mhm.
Under,
On the phone, Jay.
community, the youth program is,
I used to have an old one.
Yeah, it's the version that I printed out, this is other
Youth
than
is on.
it's a.
And seniors, right? That's,
seniors are in under the community center.
okay.
Yeah, I know, I just saw the youth program.
Yeah, youth program's on there. He just had a different version,
Right.
but Office of Community Wellness is not on.
Well, there's a reason for that we can discuss later. Okay, oh, here it is. This one, that's youth program.
Okay.
That's in-
These
Okay,
folks are
people.
just do amazing stuff. Okay. Okay, so yes, they are attached. I hope everyone takes a look at them, not just the board members, but everyone who has access to the minutes gets an idea of all the different things that are going on out there. You might be surprised. You might go, wow, I want to go try that or look at that or see how it
These
works.
reports are available to the public?
Yeah.
They go on the agenda?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
They see the same thing that we see.
Yep.
And also, just so you know, the youth center does take the kids to the pool on a regular basis. It's pretty typical. Which is very useful, very useful. And many, many others.
Right. And
Oh,
the,
I'm sorry, I have a question I
Yes,
keep
ma'am.
forgetting to ask, which is we're hiring for the pool still. Do people have to be New Falls residents?
and
I
that's a
don't
good
remember
question.
seeing that on there, but
I don't think it is, but I think it tends to be because they're,
that's who sees it posted,
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. but not a requirement.
No, but it tends to be, no, well, I mean, it's high school kids and college kids mostly, and they have to be a certain age, they have to have a certain amount of training.
Yes.
Some of them actually have the Red Cross lifeguard, and water safety and all that stuff, so they get, different things there.
There
Okay,
are jobs like taking tickets and stuff that any person who can, get there can get. You don't have to be a lifeguard to do admission.
right,
Thank you, good reminder.
okay, and those applications are available right now.
Yes.
Yes, okay, so Randall, we're gonna do this, and we're probably gonna cut the liaison reports short because they're bulleted here.
Yeah, they're in there.
Because then we need to go and do some other important stuff.
Yes.
Okay,
Let's do it.
so Randall, you have 10 minutes.
Hopefully I can do it less than 10.
I'm cutting you off.
Okay.
Okay.
I was appointed to do the Public Access Committee that Kitty had championed for, how long have you been on that committee?
Well, 10 years ago for a
Yeah.
long time, but
Yeah.
this term only 1 year.
Okay, so over the past couple of days and weeks, I've been working with members of the committee to come up with a contract for their services to act as coordinator to run the public access channel. As you know, we have not yet finalized our franchise agreement,
Mhm.
which is something else that we need to work on. But I would like for the board to approve the contract for, and it's always in my brain,
It's fit, right?
NPV TV. It's at $250 a month for a total of $3,000 a year. I plan to work very closely with them to make the channel a bit more exciting with content from creators from our community, highlighting information of the fun stuff to do here and to cover events that include sports, our government meetings, which aren't always as exciting as, a kid's soccer game. And they seem to be amenable to being very active in the community and bringing the channel back to life. And one of the key things to bringing the channel back to life that we're going to ask Charter Communications in the process is to upgrade that channel from standard definition to high definition, because that's what everybody is using, and I think it'll make viewing that channel a bit more palatable. So I would ask that the committee approve the contract contingent upon us finalizing our agreement with Charter Communication, because if Charter walks away, then there's no channel. And by the way, the town does not pay for that channel under the 1984 Cable Act. They're required to provide that to communities as part of their franchise agreements. And these guys are willing to run it and manage it for us. Maintain, I mean, we have the town owns equipment already. That I think you still use that, or are you using other stuff?
Yeah,
Joe?
we have some equipment at the community center that is ready to go, and it just, some of it needs some upgrading, but all of that Spectrum is willing to cover the cost to get it up to HD. So, you know, we have a team of people ready to maintain that equipment and start getting new content. We've already started on, you know, different social media platforms as well, so that folks can find it everywhere, not just on channel 23, but you know, at least it'll look HD there. Yes, we have the equipment, we just need the green light.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I know that in a number of the conversations that I've had, people talk about this being old technology, cable being old technology, and I totally understand that. But I think it's important. The purpose of the channel is educational, informational. And if we can use it and encourage people to contribute to it, if we can somehow work with students, I think SUNY has what is it, Hawk Studios? I mean, if there are kids there who are willing to produce local content for us, or interesting things, or documentaries that they're doing that people in our community might find interesting. I'd love to see those kinds of things there. I'd love to see better organization of town meetings and things in coordination with our web person, so that it's easier for people to find our meetings.
Yes.
So they don't have to click all over the place. So if you guys can help us with that, that would be
100%.
good. And cataloging and just making it easier, so that it's a resource in the community. So that it's important to me. I'm a TV guy too, so I'm excited about what I think we can do. And I just hope the board can support at least for the year and see how it goes. And then we'll go from there. And hopefully we can get the Charter Communications
So
franchise together.
what's different? I mean, why isn't all this happening right now? We already support, there's some money in the budget that we've been paying. So why is this new or different?
Well, what's new and different about it is that it sort of lagged because the channel is standard definition right now. So there aren't a lot of people who are doing it. Plus, we've also had the change in the way that people view things. You don't necessarily want to watch something in standard definition. You have people who go to YouTube, they go to Vimeo, they go to TikTok, they go to all sorts of places, but it's not just about broadcasting government meetings. The channel is,
I guess what I'm seeing here is why isn't that happening right now?
well, I'm just taking this over the past week and a half, so I can't answer every single question about why this isn't happening now.
Could I chime in?
You can
One
you
moment.
can chime in, but
Yeah, just the element of Bob Fagan, who I believe is here, he is retired and trying to move on
Oh, he's
from
got his
being
hand up.
the coordinator. So the big change here, which we've been pushing for with Kitty months ago, but it didn't get past, you know, we didn't get through to this step, which is making the 501c3 NPZ TV take over these responsibilities as a whole. So it's not just relying on Bob Fagan, who's been trying to step away. but on the whole MPZ TV, you know, non-for-profit, which was formed with the intention of monitoring this, maintaining this, and keeping everything going into the future. So this year, we technically haven't had a formal contract to even operate the channel. So that's why it's not going on. As soon as this gets signed, we'll be able to, you know, legally operate the channel. And it'll give us an extra reason to hopefully get the HD and bring this thing back to life, because currently the material, when it comes out, it's not palatable. It's very bad. The standard definition, until we get the franchise agreement passed, it's not watchable on Spectrum. Due
So
to
maybe we
quality
should get
issues.
that done first, because if for whatever reason, that contract, I'm not sure where the whole thing stands. I know there was issues about the senior discount and all these other things.
I think we've sent the
Yeah,
board the red paint pen version from the village. So we actually have the franchise agreement that has been looked at by their lawyers. You guys were on board for it a couple of months ago. So we're kind of at a moment of, once we get a verbal agreement between the town and the village, we'll be able to move into public hearing. But that's getting the cart before the horse, because we just have to be able to continue what we've always been doing, which is operating the channel and managing the meetings and getting everything funneled. So
Because Bob has retired.
Okay,
He's got his hand up.
yeah,
Yeah.
so why don't we
Yeah, let him.
okay, so, Bob, would you like to unmute yourself? I don't think I have to do it. I think he's doing it. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hey,
sir.
Bob.
Yeah, basically the contract is so the town has an authorized vendor, which is MPZ TV, nonprofit instead of me. You've been able to pay me according to your contract, but I'm no longer the coordinator, and the committee and the MPZ TV needs a contract in order for you to cut checks to MPZ TV.
Okay, that helps. All right. And Anton, did you want to unmute yourself?
Thank you, Bob.
Yep.
I think Intimes was telling us he's a bit busy, as well as more just kind of an observer.
Well, he had his hand up.
Yeah.
Hi, Anton.
Hi, so sorry, I'm at work, so I've just snuck into a back room to have a quick word. Hi, how are you? Pretty much what Bob said. During the pandemic, Bob went into a volunteer role and didn't submit any bills or whatever, and we've been trying to limp along. We finally got somebody at Charter Spectrum who seems to be a willing party, as opposed to the former incumbent, just like to say no at every opportunity. So we have an agreement in principle, but we also largely spearheading the negotiations, or were at a point. So entirely up to you. I mean, I reworked the franchise agreement. I passed that on to Randall. Randall's been superb so far. And really, this is just a formal thing that you can cut MPZ TV, the non-profit, the 501c3, set up specifically for the purpose of running Channel 23 and all public access matters. So there's an MPZ TV website. There's the public access YouTube channel. We have Facebook. I'm not sure about TikTok, but Joe can speak to that. But we certainly got Instagram as well. So it's like combining everything. And we also, myself, also Joe, also Bob, and Don Kerr produce quite a chunk of local programming, which we'd like to get more on there. And we'd dearly love to get the channel in a very watchable state. But really at this stage, it's just so that you have continuity. MPZ TV really needs authorization to run the channel. We're not asking for a cent more than's been budgeted. So it's just a formality, to be honest.
Okay, so I think, Kitty, did you have something to say?
I
Unmute.
guess what I'm not clear about is, because Channel 23 is essentially unwatchable now, is everybody on the same page that it cannot be upgraded until a new franchise agreement is approved?
That's
Uh,
already, yeah.
Can I speak to that very briefly from a technical point? We actually have a full HD workflow. The only bit that happens is it has to be converted to SD analog to be sent to Spectrum, and they then convert it back to HD digital anyway. But the aspect ratio is all ruined, and the standards conversion makes it largely unwatchable on any of Spectrum's platforms. However, on the MPZ TV website, we actually have a Watch Now page, which you can actually see a live stream of the channel. And we also want to start doing little snippets up to bring more and more into that. So we're up and ready to go. But you know, this is we still need the people to do it. And speaking personally, I put a lot of my own personal money and time into this, you know. So we've set up a non-profit to do that. All we're asking for is, you know, let us get on with the job and we'll do it.
So, okay, a couple of things. So you're saying that you want the contract to be backdated to January 1? So you have some expenses that you're needing to cover? Or are we going forward from here once the HD thing is taken care of?
My understanding is we're backdating it to January 1st because we're still continuing to do what's required by uploading or editing meetings that you ask us to do. And we're also maintaining part of our expenses is an internet connection so we can manage the equipment and also send a signal out and also receive a signal from anywhere. So, for example, we could take this meeting right now where you're live streaming to YouTube could actually effectively be live stream onto channel 23 at the same time. But we are doing that. We are continuing. We did the whole through from, well, since the pandemic, it's been operating largely on a volunteer basis. I know Bob's put in some bills to try and recoup some expenses, but the thing is, going forwards, we can't bill anybody to recover our expenses because we haven't got a contract to operate, and we need that.
All right, well, we'll have to look at this. I don't think you can use 3 Veterans Drive as your address.
Hmm.
You have to find another one. That's a community center.
That's where the broadcast center is.
Well, that's not where your nonprofit is saying it's your address, so it has to be something else.
That is actually the registered address of the nonprofit, and we ran that by Neil Betez before we formed the nonprofit.
Okay, well, we're going to run it by our attorney, but that's a community center, and so we need to figure out if that's copacetic. Okay, well, anyway, those are just little details. All right, we might need to take a look at this a little bit more, and we need to get clearly back to Charter Spectrum about that contract then, because that's a key part of this.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I would ask that we approve this contingent. I mean, it's not going to go anywhere unless without charter. So I think we can.
Well, I think there's some things in here we probably want to go in. I mean, if you want to go through it step by step right now, we can do that, but I don't know if we really want to. We need to go back into. We need to look at all.
A year ago, you know, I tried to jump in and get a negotiation started with Charter and Spectrum, and we got through a couple of revisions of the franchise agreement. We came up with a side letter about funding some nonprofits in town. And then I stepped back because, you know, it really takes the town and the village coming together. So I mean, Randall has so much experience in television and negotiating. Randall, would you be willing to kind of pick up with Charter and just see how far you can get us? It just feels like everything, this is the logjam, is not having the charter approved. And if we can just get that logjam cleared, I think we can move forward
Bob, did you-
expeditiously.
Well, wait, Kitty, is there a red line version that the village has accepted?
There is a red line version that the village has proposed and their lawyer has reviewed, yes.
Okay, well, then I think that's where we should start.
Is
'Cause
Bob's hand still up?
Bob?
Or- I mean, it's up, but.
Is that a new hand up, Bob, or is that your old hand?
Bob
It
Fagan,
was
your
my
hand is
old
up.
hand, but
Okay,
the problem here is if you don't pass this contract, the town will not pay for, right now we have internet service that we're paying for every month. And
I think
we
we're,
sometimes fix your meetings when they're not streamed correctly.
yeah,
So what you're basically saying is you're not going to pay us.
well,
So we should just
No.
stop.
not,
No.
we heard it was contingent on you getting the high def. So that's the part we need to
Well,
fix.
no, but there's work that they are doing and have been doing, and Bob has retired. Bob doesn't, for this meeting, Bob does not exist.
Okay,
And what we're asking to do is everything that Bob was doing is now going to be handled and the responsibility of MPZ TV.
so who is that?
That is Joe, that is Anton, that is Bob. Those are the members of the board of MPZ TV, the nonprofit that we're going to agree to let manage our channel so that we can pay the internet, pay fixing the meetings, and
We need to talk about.
And
Okay.
you were previously paying Bob.
yes, but Bob is retired.
I got you.
And US, what is it? I get,
IA video.
yeah, USIA video
So
was
we've been
being
paying
paid.
Bob, so that means it's in the budget.
Well, I don't, that's what we need to make sure.
Well, he just submitted a bunch of bills that for March.
Yeah,
Did you
we've
not,
been paying
Bob?
him.
Yes.
We
Yeah.
just paid him
Yeah.
bills in March, but any future bills that are budgeted for are not gonna be able to be paid because Bob's not doing the
That's
work
the,
now.
that, I think that's where it got, some of this got held up because of this NPZ TV, which we didn't have a contract with, because it was confusing, because there was Anton, there was Bob, and it was like, who was doing
Right,
what?
so,
So it's
Just
now,
make it
so,
clear.
so
Yes.
Anton is now the Bob, but Bob is still working with Anton on this, but the contract is with NPZ TV instead of Bob Fagan. So when they need to pay the internet bill, Jean will get a bill from MPZ TV, and it will now be authorized to pay MPZ TV instead of having Bob send in a bill and then have to
yeah, it was a mess.
pay Anton
Okay.
or NPZ TV.
Yeah, okay, so I think we all understand the need for an internet bill, because that's how everything's happening.
Mm.
Everything's streaming. I'm still not totally sold on the TV channel bill, but that's another thing. That's a whole nother thing.
Can I just make one more point? I've been trying for 2 years to be to like the next generation for Don Kerr and Bob Fagan and Anton and these guys, but you know, rather than getting this money sent to me as like an independent contractor, you know, or some sort of that, you know, that this ability to just make it the NPZ TV 501c3 would put us in a better position, you know, to actually start making things happen, getting things done, and making sure that this channel could exist long into the future. And there's an element of the Spectrum franchise, the agreement is to, instead of the senior discount, to donate money to non-for-profits. So it would be great if we had this done first, because they would maybe consider even donating some to us to maintain our you know, equipment and get things done, as well as other non-for-profits in the community. But we really have been at a standstill with our hands behind our back until we get this done, because you know, Bob and Anton are that's an old contract that doesn't make sense anymore. So that's
Okay.
why I just would ask the board if we could, you know, strongly consider the non-for-profit to manage all of those things that are listed. And me personally would take care of all the social media side of things, the Facebook, Twitter, all of that, all the different platforms. And then hopefully we would get the crystal clear channel coming in the following months, continuing on the franchise.
So what I'm
I'm
really
happy-
seeing is 250 a month. That adds up to the 3,000, right? 250 a month, and that's to operate and maintain the public access broadcast station and internet streaming programming. So that's what the money's going for. So you have somehow you know that 250 a month will cover those things.
it covers the bills from Spectrum, because we have to have our own private internet at the community center so that we can broadcast from anywhere, like Anton was saying, and we could receive signals and have a safe signal. It covers the internet and it covers, you know, the Vimeo so that we can have our own private channel that you said you can go to npztv.org now and see the channel. So even if cable was down for some reason, we would have an alternative. And then we could start operating this channel, broadcasting these meetings, even live, as we have said. But we gotta get this contract first so we can actually operate it.
We
So
don't
let-
need to broadcast these meetings anyway than what we're doing.
So let me do this. Recognize your reservation to this. I mean, I would call the question, approve the contract on the condition that you get to go through this again so that you're satisfied working with the three of them, but I would like to,
But I'd just like to see it more specific, like this cost is this cost is that, like how much does Vimeo cost, how much does charge, the internet, just what are the specific costs that they're gonna be
well, I
spending?
believe that what we worked out is it's $250 for them to do. They're picking up Vimeo, right, Bob?
Yes, we're picking up the Vimeo and the
They're not-
internet. We're paying
not-
internet and Vimeo. And
That's not covering Vimeo?
Not
Yes,
covering.
it is. I mean, this $250 a month will cover everything.
Covers everything.
I'd just like to see how you came up with $250 a month, like this is that, yeah, like what's the,
So can you itemize it, Bob? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's 120 it's 110 a month for internet and $900 for Vimeo. And it's about $50 for labor for doing your meetings.
doing our meetings, doing what to our
Wh-
meeting?
Well, when you have a technical issue and you want me to upload it or cut out something that's inappropriate in your meeting,
Okay, so I hate to say it, but my understanding is that my admin is doing that now, has learned to do that. For this,
But
well,
not for
that's
no, for these meetings, where they go out on Zoom and YouTube. And if for some reason it
But it's
doesn't get
different for
streamed,
this channel.
this is not a channel. This is how we're doing our meetings now. They don't go on a channel.
They go on our
They go on-
YouTube channel, organized based on, they go straight from your admin to our New Paltz Public Access, where we have 10 years of meetings all archived
Mhm.
on our specific channel. So we've been doing this for,
Right.
over the decades, but it's just a matter of changing it from Bob to the NPC.
Right, it's not a new fee, it's just who's.
Right.
getting
Yeah,
paid.
it's the same
Right.
budget as last year.
Who's
Keep his
admin?
hands up.
Oh, that was Rosanna. Rosanna? Somebody had their hand
Yeah,
up.
Kitty.
I did.
Oh,
So,
okay.
So the nonprofit will have an independent contractor who gets paid for the,
no, all money will go into MPZ TV. So
but how does the person who's providing the labor get paid?
they're not going to get paid. It's going to
They
be
are the
part of
volunteers.
MPZ
Wait,
TV.
$50 was labor.
That's for editing. It's for editing. It's for,
To cover if you guys needed anything to, can you put this up? Can you put on our liaison reports on a ticker tape, or can you put this event? We're trying to create a
Job
community
postings.
where
Yeah.
anything you guys
So-
want us to put on there, we can put on there under that 250.
And you should get paid. I'm just not clear. When a nonprofit gets a bill from one of the people providing the services, it's on the nonprofit to make sure that, I don't know,
Personally,
1099s or all of those things are filed. So as long as you all know that,
Yes, we all know that.
okay.
know that.
they're all
It
volunteers.
goes towards the. if it
Well,
can-
you're not a volunteer when you get reimbursed. I don't know. I'm not sure how that works with the contract.
I think that money that would be received for our labor is going towards our cause, which is just like how they're saving up for a big thing to go in and, soak up the lake. We could save up for a green screen that might really help a senior do a documentary someday, but all of that money would go towards the not-for-profit, so it's not showing up on my end of the year taxes. Because I'm just doing this because I care about public access, I love this community, and I want to see this channel survive.
Well, I do see down in D, it does say that labor is reimbursed at a rate of $50 an hour. So that's
That's
for
what Bob
doing
said.
whatever's being asked. So that's there, and who that person, where that is, I don't know. You're saying
The not-for-profit,
it's the non, so the labor is being donated and the money's getting put in the kitty.
getting put in.
Yes,
Yes.
exactly.
Okay.
All right, that explains it. Thank you.
Can I call a question?
No, I'd like to make the last comment.
Huh?
I have to disclose that I was a member about 15, 18 years ago on Public Access Committee. So I'm kind of biased because I have a long picture of it, a long view of it, and the issues that they raised, we were looking at that 15, 18 years ago. And I think that they're here in good faith, and I think that they have a history, with us and the community. And we should, move forward on it and fine tune that. I mean, I think we should settle this, and so they can move ahead.
Okay,
They can move ahead also.
Yeah, they're definitely doing us a great service for a fraction of what they're putting into it.
I move the question.
I second.
You didn't have a motion to, this
I
was
did.
this was
I
a
did move.
discussion.
I did make the motion.
You made a motion to
Yeah,
what?
I mean, at the very beginning when
Oh.
we started this.
Okay, all right, so
So,
Roseanne's got
did you
this.
second it, Kitty?
I second.
Okay, all right, so we've done a lot of discussion,
Yeah.
right? All right. Go ahead and vote.
Aye.
Contingent on the contract with the
Spectrum.
Yes.
charter.
Yes.
All right,
So now essentially what happens is because Gene wouldn't pay them because our contract was with Bob.
Mhm.
So now when the bill comes for the monthly internet, it'll be coming from NPZ TV and Gene can cut the check instead of paying Bob and then Bob paying NPZ TV, which is what's been
except with
going,
this contingent thing, she can't do anything until that's resolved.
which is,
Contingent on getting the high
Spectrum.
def from
Yeah.
Spectrum. So that has to
We're a
happen.
step closer.
Yeah, it's a step closer.
yeah.
Okay,
Thank you, Joe and Bob.
Yeah.
and Tom.
So
Thanks for the
now I will
explanation.
work with you three to work on the charter
And I'll get an
contract.
email from the village, that red line version from their attorney, and we can just hopefully get an agreement. in
Alex, can we
principle. Yeah.
meet with Alex on
And
that?
if we can meet with Alex Carmada and Randall, we can kind of see if they'll make a new version with all of everybody's notes.
Yep.
And hopefully we'll get this thing passed before.
okay. I would suggest that before you meet with Alex, you bring it till we look at the red line version and run it by Joe as well.
Yep.
And see if there's anything else.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, very good.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, Anton?
Oh, Anton,
Is it new?
is that a new hand, Anton?
It is a new hand, and
Okay.
I'm sorry to be, the squeaky wheel in the corner, but who do you expect is going to run Channel 23 while this negotiation goes on? And what happens if we can't get both the village and the town on the same page?
Well, that is a squeaky wheel, but I presume it's not contingent on, I'm sure Charter would like to have identical contracts.
That's what they've asked, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they want one.
To answer that one pretty directly, my understanding is from Alex Carmada that the requirement for the replacement of he's not prepared to do a damn thing unless both contracts are signed, putting it bluntly. I can't speak for him, but the thing is, there's still the small matter of what happens to Channel 23 if nobody is being paid to maintain it or run it or put the stuff where we're putting it at this present moment in time. It's not a big ask because it's already in the budget. I don't understand why you've got such a problem with simply switching over the operation of something where there is an existing agreement for not 1 cent more to a different organization set up specifically to do the job. And I respectfully ask that we get this resolved tonight, because I'm starting to lose patience, to be honest. I've been kicking this can down the road for 2 or 3 years now.
Well, I don't know what else we can do. We said it was contingent on you getting high def. I mean, if you don't have high def, you're saying channel 23 is basically garbage.
No, well, I wouldn't say it's garbage, because it's a very important thing to have a community organized public access station, as you mentioned. Even if it's only on Facebook and community
That,
pages,
yeah.
and
so-
or continuing to do what we're currently doing, which is organizing your meetings and working with your, whoever operates your website to link it right to the meeting. And providing services for the community, like little things like covering the chili cook-off last weekend. We had a team go out, the origin of the Millbrook Preserve, this kind of, that's not garbage. That's very
No,
important
it's the
stuff.
broadcasting that's garbage, but the content is good. I think we should agree on what the content is, though.
Even if this, if that contingency was removed, we'd be okay to continue working all through the year on this channel. Even if it wasn't standard def, we would have more ownership as a group, because every month for the last 2 years, we're scratching our heads saying, when is this, franchise gonna pass? But if we at least have a relationship and agreement with the town to operate the channel as the non-for-profit, then I can go to the campus and say, hey, what kind of videos are you guys making this year? We'll repurpose them and put them out on all of our platforms to create this kind of cohesion amongst all the media that's being made in New
Okay,
Paltz.
so let's say, so what I'm having trouble with is channel 23, this thing on TV.
Yeah.
That's what I don't, that I think that could go away. The
So
other part of
reason-
it,
The reason that shouldn't go away is because every senior at the, Woodland Pond, every single person who has Spectrum, has an access to say, I wonder what's going on in town tonight. Let's check channel 23. Oh, there's this event coming up. Oh, here's the town meeting. There's a ticker. We thought of having a webcam of the weather, of different things. When you're in a town and you can go to the channel and find community information right there, that's better than, what do we have now? We all use the New Paltz Community Facebook page. We don't want to use that for the rest of our lives, when we could have our own private independent media source that could showcase our community, our stories about our legends in this community, our origin story, and all the great events going on. Because that's what I really want to do. And I think more people will buy Spectrum if we had original content made by the students, made by people like me and the creators who are interested in getting on board. You would see an increase in franchise fee, because people would say, whoa, this channel 23 is cranking out live stuff every week. If you go on 7 o'clock on this time, they're talking about this, talking about that. So
okay,
it's not garbage. It's just been on hold because we haven't had HD. So nobody wants to have their prized possession they edited on go out and look like crap on the one channel it's supposed to look perfect
so,
on.
so you sold me when it was gonna all be streamed or on some kind of other thing than
It's
a
already on
TV
that.
channel. Well,
We
then
already
that's
have
great.
that.
It would be really good if you could give us an idea of the type of content you would be getting and how.
I could provide.
Well,
Yeah.
no, he just gave us example. I
I
mean,
can
I
give you
think in
all
the
sorts
contract,
of-
I'd like to know what are we're gonna cover the chili. Give us those kinds of things.
We-
Like we
we're
will
gonna
cover how
cover
many,
that every
week
year.
or-
We'll cover the
Hold on
Pride
just a second.
Parade.
yeah.
So I think,
We-
I mean, it's not an invalid question, but I mean, those are things that I can work on with them
Mhm.
and present to you, but that shouldn't stop us from saying, do what you need to do. You can send your bill and know that it's going to get paid. And I understand that you have concerns with, this is old technology and everybody's streaming, but I think there's a hint of arrogance with that train of thought, simply because not everyone streams there are elderly people.
Don't talk to me about that.
Well,
I mean, I got a 94-year-old mom. She
Yeah.
streams everything. So, yeah.
yeah, but
I
not
know.
everybody does
Okay,
that.
I'm just saying, okay,
It's
okay.
accessibility, it's
There's two things.
income, it's finance, it's
Okay,
familiarity.
there's two things.
Okay.
Yeah. I also want to know about, so right now it's a blank check. It's not a big check. I absolutely agree. But we don't have any idea what the content, if there's an understanding that they are going to cover once a month, a community event.
Well,
It's other than our meetings. What else
okay,
is
well,
there?
well, he's laid out some things, but
But
once
that was their
again,
discretionary
okay,
deciding to just.
but hold on. He's laid out some things. I've taken this over or was assigned to this from Kitty a week and a half to 2
There
weeks
you
ago.
go. Yeah.
I plan to sit down and be extremely active with them to discuss the types of content. I will be working with them and presenting to the board, to you, the kinds of things
Okay.
that I think they
Okay.
want to see. For example, and I don't know if they own it, I doubt that they do, but I mean, Bob shared with me an hour-long piece that he did on, that I think he did for the historic Huguenot. It was beautifully produced. It was I mean, I learned some things about New Paltz that I didn't know as a resident here for 27 years or 26 years.
So local history.
Yeah, and it was beautifully done. And
And so those are great examples. I think that's just.
that's the kind of
And
stuff that I want to
would-
see.
Would Huguenot
I
Street.
think the problem for us right now is that we have been paying $100 a month for Channel 23 that is unwatchable. And so the sooner we can, the content is there. We have years and years of A Slice of New Paltz that Donna Kerr did. We have so much content, but we are paying this bill every month to broadcast basically unwatchable content. So I think we've just agreed to approve the contract with the nonprofit. We just need to get the franchise with
That's my next step.
Carter.
That's my
that
next
is
step.
because we're spending all this money on the hope and the dream that someday Channel 23 will rise again.
Okay, well, I'm just,
But their issue is still being paid in the meantime because they're still doing the work and keeping it going, and we've already been paying for it.
And they aren't really getting paid. I mean,
Correct.
As well,
so
That's
that
what
needs
they
to
want.
change.
not an issue.
Yeah, if we can solve the issue of making Bob feel like he can take a breath of fresh air, that his name's not involved with the operation of this channel, then I will start saying, people of New Paltz, what kind of content do you want to see? We've opened the floodgates and anything you want to see can be done. Just
Which means
submit
we
this
can
form.
suggest, right.
You
Correct.
can tell us what you
Okay,
want
what
and
the
your
hell should you
idea
want?
could become a reality.
But
But we gotta get this stuff out of the way
the
first.
supervisor, you can know that we can also request that they cover something that we want.
well, that's what's covered under the $250 a month, is it?
And that's
like,
the thing
other
I'm
than just
trying to explain.
maintaining the meetings and stuff.
The
like that.
monetary
Anything.
thing is irrelevant. The $250 a month is just to keep the lights on and the channel on. We have an endless, non-monetary willingness to do anything you want when it comes to media, creating things, because the guys who meet here once a month, we love making films.
Okay.
We love making.
So
local
are you gonna do
stories.
contracts with different groups to
There's no
do their stuff?
contract needed because it's from the kindness of our hearts
Okay.
to try
It's
to
public
make
access.
media.
Well,
We
I
want
would
the
like to see
public
them start to,
Stories about
pay some
the
of them.
bakery, for example, that just had a fire. We want to do a story for them so people can go donate to them. We don't need to be paid for that. We want to create a New Paltz public access that is for the people, by the people. Money is the only thing we need money for, is for the non-for-profit to continue surviving. And for us to keep the lights on, have internet access, and be able to stream from anywhere. So if we can get that non-contingent, then we would be able to
oh,
go
now it's
operate tonight,
non-contingent, okay.
you know, and would be able to, you know, start off.
Now it's non-contingent.
They want to continue being paid. It doesn't mean that. I mean, they're doing it, they've been doing it, and we've been paying. It's really
Yeah, it's,
not,
There's
it's a non-issue. to me.
Well, there's some who have said we've been paying for nothing getting, happening with COVID and all that. And they used to come and film us. I remember that.
Mhm.
And then that went away. And then we discovered Zoom and we don't need someone sitting here with a camera for the whole meeting. So that's changed.
right, but those things are
Technology has
being
changed.
put
Could
up.
I say something here, please?
Yeah, yeah.
First of all, the reason why you are being zoomed and all that was from our know-how. We were the ones who got the OWL camera together. It was basically our background that allowed you guys to start streaming it, because we realized that filming is not an efficient way to do it. So we also want to make it sure that that public access isn't a government channel. It's not a channel for you to put out what you want. It's what the people of New Paltz can put out.
Oh. Well, then they can pay for it. Don't get me going.
Oh, they are paying for it. This is a cable
It's
franchise
taxpayers' money.
agreement.
Right.
There's a franchise agreement. You get money for it, and the cable customer should get something out of that, which is basically a tax of 3.5% of their bill.
Yeah, $3. Right.
3.5% of whatever their bill is.
And in exchange, they have all this original content about the town they live in, because we don't have a New Paltz news station. But this is an opportunity for us to say, we'll be there at the parades, we'll be there showcasing the events, and I want to make it streamlined so local events are on a ticker and we always know what's happening just by clicking a button or going to npctv.org.
Okay.
That's the goal.
All right.
And the
All
other
right.
thing to think about too, and I know.
Okay, you're
we're
doing a great
unfortunate,
job because I've been way against this thing and you're getting to me, so it's
But
okay.
here's the other thing that is impressive to me.
Mm.
They're no different than any of the other volunteers that work on the committees that we have for this
We
town.
don't pay.
We don't pay them. The content that they produce, we don't pay them. What we're paying them for is the service of the internet so that we can stream and all of the other stuff. But the hard work of this is done by these guys as a labor of love. It is a passion for good film. It is a passion for storytelling. It is a passion for teaching. It is a passion for learning and for the town. And that is the benefit that we get from these three volunteers creating this not-for-profit to run the channel for us through the internet and the Vimeo fee that costs and the $50 for the meetings. That's what that $250 is for. So ultimately, this is to move this from Bob to MPZ TV so that when the bill comes in from MPZ TV, Gene doesn't say, I can't pay this because I don't have a contract with them.
Can I just say, I just want to add one more thing, which is, Randall just talked about this video that Bob Fagan made about historic Huguenot Street. There are years of just incredibly moving videos. Anton, I believe, or Bob, I'm not sure, did one about the first Juneteenth. And while we wait to get Channel 23 watchable again, where can people see some of those just important stories that you have been telling? Where can we go?
You go to our Facebook or Instagram right now. We've uploaded the first 3 parts of our origin of Millbrook Terrace. And I'm slowly going through all of the catalogs of the archives and putting them out. This would, of course, give me a lot of extra wind in my sails, knowing that we can legally operate the channel. But I am hoping to digitize and put on the cloud all of those years of content that you have.
Wow.
That's not in this contract, but that's something I'm doing as a labor of love to create the archives and hopefully have this 50 years from now, they'll say, we saved the station from dying like so many have died. Sopus PATV died, Kingston died, Socrates is thriving and they got a new franchise agreement passed immediately, so that's great. But we have been at this for 2 years, so I'm really hoping we can see some progress, get this passed, and I'm gonna start digitizing our years of stuff from the past and plotting and helping lead the next generation to create the future.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I
just-
very quickly speak to one thing?
Wait, Anton, just one more, just to get it absolutely clear. If we go to Instagram and look for NPZ TV now, we can see some of this content.
One during this meeting, actually, part 3 of the Millbrook Preserve.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So are we taking away I'm confused now. Are we taking away the contingent part?
I would be
I'd like
happy
to
to do that.
I think that would
Okay.
be great.
So we don't care if we get high def or not. It's
We
just
don't
like,
care because we have so much part in this. I don't want to see Bob and Anton have to wait another month and say, is this ever going to happen?
Yeah.
If we have a relationship with the town to provide this service, it'll give us more momentum to get the franchise agreement done.
Look, I'm dying to see the 2 or 3 programs that Don Kerr did on my activism in New Paltz. Okay?
Yeah.
So I like them to draw forward, so I know that I'm best in it.
Okay,
And
so.
I don't want our bureaucracy to get in the way of exploding creativity in New Paltz, so I'm about to call the question, is what I'm thinking.
no, I'm
Well-
happy to do that. I think we've changed it from the
So,
contingent. So
so
Yes,
You wanna
I
modify
move
your-
that- I
yeah.
move that we remove the contingency clause in the contract, approve the contract for MPZ TV, backdate it to January 1 to going forward, and I
And
call the
definitely-
question.
and right, and definitely it can be reviewed what's happened for the next year.
Right.
second.
Absolutely.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Okay.
Done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
all.
very much.
Anton,
you.
did you want something
I
else?
think that
Nope.
hand went down pretty
No,
fast.
I'd just be wasting your time. I just want to thank you for seeing that. The only thing I was going to add is that
Put while you're
most of the
ahead.
most of the other sorry, most of the other streaming platforms are managed by algorithms, which just want to keep your eyes on there. The Channel 23 and the online part that we've got specifically through Vimeo isn't controlled by that, and it remains, protection of the First Amendment rights for anybody in New Paltz to get up and say whatever they want. It's a soapbox for the community.
That's
Thank you. We can
Okay.
move forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Way
Let me
more
know
than-
when the next meeting is.
I'll see you there. Thank you so much.
All right.
Okay, bye.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, okay, so I'm not sure if we want to close okay, that was all of that. We're to close the public hearing, if we're going to be making some further modifications to it
Yes.
Which,
on the toll list.
Towing.
oh,
I mean,
I
are
think
we
we have
ready?
to keep it open, don't
I
we?
think we do,
Yes, we do.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not gonna close it. This last one, the authorization to send letter of support for the approval of financial year 2026 New York State Executive Budget pertaining to health and mental hygiene, Article 7 legislation, parts B, O, and R, ensure access to EMS. This is another part of that whole thing. It's on the state level
Yeah.
to say that there will be funding, that we want Hochul to keep this in the budget. It's very important. So I move that we send this letter of support.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
we're closing the public hearing. All right. All right, folks. Yes, we made it, but we have some critical things we need to get. Yeah, we need it. So I move that we go into executive session for the purpose of discussing work history of particular persons and pending litigation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Rosanna, I'm just going to turn off the video and audio right now. I will email. I can phone you when we come out, Rosanna. Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Sure.
Are you going to send me another link, Amanda?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, Rosanna, sorry, it's Amanda. Okay, we're coming back to start the meeting again. Okay.
You're living the dream. It's 24 pages right now. It's not exactly full time. You need to go with advertising and there'll be more.
World changed, right?
Yeah. True, true.
Remember the Huguenot Herald?
I was like, everybody left?
Yeah, even Chris left.
No, I think even the supervisor left.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, she's.
The Randall.
What? Man advocated.
I
I
have
have a
the,
headache.
I want to sit down with you with that version.
Do we have
of
everybody?
this Commission law that you.
All right, do we let?
You should go into the files and look
I
at
have,
it.
I have looked at it. We were looking at it by mistake at the board.
Okay.
It wasn't a mistake.
I make a motion, we come out of executive session. Do I have a second?
Second,
All in favor?
aye.
Aye. We took the following actions. We are appointing Heather Lai as the ZBA member. We will be taking action on a personnel matter, following up on some changes in the police commission. So was there anything else? That's it?
Right.
Do you have a motion to adjourn? No, wait, there's
Oh, no,
something.
that was it. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, folks.
Good night.
Good night.
Is Kitty on the screen?
She was.
She's on there.
She's there.
Her
Kitty,
face
did you
isn't,
vote?
But she's in.
She voted. Kitty, did you vote to adjourn?
It doesn't matter. We outvoted her.
Okay.
I'm not gonna ask you questions about.